Hello and welcome to our very first annual meeting. We are live here at our headquarters in Bonn-Bad Godesberg. My name is Melanie Hanslick.
Welcome also from my side. My name is Steffen Mehlich, and I hope somebody of you might even know me from further occasions. Welcome to the annual meeting.
Yes, it's so great that you're already communicating with each other, and we would also love to communicate with you. So please say hello in the chat right now. Talk to us. We are, how can you call it, the warm-uppers. We're getting ready for the show. We're very excited that you are joining us.
Some time ago, I already put the question. We are running for the most distant participant of the Humboldt annual meeting and the closest. So let's run for the champions, either or.
Yes, this is amazing. I'm following the chat and you're saying, hello, hello. From where are you watching? Please tell us where you are right now.
Somebody wrote me, she stood up early in the morning, 7 a.m. in Bogota. So, good morning, Bogota. Welcome to the annual meeting. We are here recording live from Bonn, the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Bad Godesberg.
Yes, if you have any questions, just write it in the chat and we will try to answer your questions. I see you're from South Africa, amazing. Essen, Berlin, Taiwan, perfect. Welcome to our annual meeting.
Kolkata, India, Ulm, short. From Germany, there must be a lot. We also are here to guide you through the jungle of the virtual venue of this Humboldt meeting. But it's of course not a jungle because you already made it to enter. So there is some tech support. You find it with the help tile up on the right-hand side, which must be over here. And if you have a question with putting on the microphone or the camera, just write. You will be given advice.
Yes, there's an amazing team working in the background trying to help you immediately. Just click on the help desk over there or write to the tech support crew and they will answer immediately and take care of you. Please make sure that you also update your personal profile. If you click on the menu, should be visible over here, then the tiles are opening up. Make sure to check out all the different tiles, your personal program, the program overview, schedule your Ask Me Anything appointment. There's a diversity that we tried to offer. And don't forget to download the app. It's optional and it's complimentary, but there are so many additional features that we recommend that you will use it because it will help your networking experience.
You're welcome to upload your photograph, to upload your research interest, which is necessary to get a match, or even more than one match, from the app, just to meet other people who are working in the same or close to what you are doing field. So in this regard, the smartphone will help us to make this meeting to become a really networking event.
Yes, absolutely. I see so many people writing to us from Dresden, even from Bonn. That's very nice. Just please say hello in your mother tongue. Tell us what your research field is in. Give us more information about you. We would like to interact with you.
So understand Diego Alonso Oran. He must be so far the closest to the location of the annual meeting, the headquarters of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Maybe there is even somebody in Bad Godesberg. Try to send us a message.
I am so happy to see that you're really reacting to what we are saying. Olá in Portuguese, perfect. So many different languages that just show us what an amazing, diverse network the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation comprises. We're very proud of you and we thank you for joining us, for watching us now, and we'll be here talking to you for the next 45 minutes, getting us all ready and in the right mood for the big opening ceremony.
I would have loved to invite you to make an appointment with me under the Ask Me Anything program, but I'm already fully booked. But there is a really big and very good alternative. Meet the president. Meet the president of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Hans Christian Pape, a neurophysiologist, who will be speaking with us from the University of Münster, where he is working. By the way, our president is a Humboldtian himself. 12 years ago, I met him when he was awarded the Max Planck Research Award of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. So meet the president. This part of the program will never be fully booked. There's always a place for everybody. It starts at 17:45 or 5:45, 4:45 p.m.
Yes, you can just enter the room. This is an open panel, and this is your unique opportunity to ask any question that comes to your mind. It's your unique opportunity to talk to our president of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. For 45 minutes, you can ask any question to the president, and then afterwards, you can also meet Dr. Anna Aufderheide, our Secretary General of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. There we have an open discussion as well with him for 45 minutes.
So where we are here with my colleague in the premises of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, the so-called Heisenberg Foyer. And some of the fellows who were supported by the Humboldt Foundation were given the opportunity to visit us here, especially during those study tour trips. This year, unfortunately, we canceled this trip, but those who have been here might remember. So we are here in the very heart of what we call the Humboldt Network, and we will give you a lot of chances to remember or to get to know something anew.
It makes me so happy to read Australia, Hamburg, Paris, Potsdam. This is so amazing that you're communicating with us. Give us more information about yourself. Did you receive our conference kit? How was your reaction? Are you actually wearing your Humboldt t-shirt that we sent you?
And my question would really be, do you know how to prepare the popcorn?
In the microwave. We put some instructions on the back of the popcorn that we sent you, and we hope you're enjoying it. We hope that you're having your popcorn ready and a glass of wine maybe, or a coffee, and that you will interact with us and really also participate in the Humboldt Science Slam, which will be live right next door. This is the lobby here, and then the big show is going to happen right next door in the Sieboldsaal.
Most importantly, we sent you a t-shirt, post-mortem signed by Alexander von Humboldt himself. So the green t-shirt, and please prepare those t-shirts. We sent it to you for the whole family. During the open ceremony, there will be a moment you will be asked to change your clothes, or let's say you are invited. So prepare yourself.
Yes, I'm reading that there are not many microwaves in your households. Maybe there's another way to use it just in a pan or in a pot. We're gonna research about that, whether you have an alternative to make your popcorn.
I would have liked to learn from you whether you understood the instructions to prepare. First, when I got it, I was told, we send it, there is an instruction. But I asked, it's in German. I even do not understand it in German. How people can understand? So we try to translate into English. So, did you understand?
Yes, please talk to us. And I see that some of you didn't get the conference kit yet. Please be patient. It's supposed to come. And even if something might have been missing a part of it, we put this whole event together within 10 weeks. So from the first concept of, okay, we have to cancel our annual meeting in Berlin to today, we had 10 weeks and we were working very hard every day. And so please bear with us, and please don't worry if something hasn't arrived yet, or if it's not ready yet, or if something is missing. We apologize for that. Just keep up your spirit.
I'm still looking for the most distant participant. Somebody from Fairbanks, Alaska?
Oh, Alaska, okay.
For instance.
I've seen India, over the Canada.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
very
Canada, it comes close?
Very
so
close.
Canada, okay,
yes.
Canada.
And we have 342 active participants right
Nepal.
now.
Nepal might be the highest place, so let's run for the highest location as well. Nepal.
Okay,
Himalaya.
we wanted to explain that we might look weird standing so far apart, but we also follow the rules, and that's why there is 1.5 meters between us. So we also have the door open to our beautiful garden, so we have fresh air circulating, so don't worry about us. We're following the rules here.
I just read in the news flash that in Britain they decided to cut this 1.5 meters to just 1 meter. So maybe we could transfer it to Germany and we could come a little bit closer. But still German rules apply, so we are following.
Yes, absolutely. And I just heard that we should go on a little break here, but we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Let us have some water, and then we're right back with you.
See you soon.
welcome back. We are live at the headquarters in Bonn-Bad Godesberg. Welcome, we're so excited to see so many of you.
Welcome to the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation's annual meeting. My name is Steffen Mehlich, and this is my colleague.
Melanie Hansdick, yes. It's great to see that we're almost 400 participants already. So our opening ceremony starts at 4 and we have an amazing program planned for you, so you are allowed to be excited. We are very excited and we are ready to start our annual meeting.
And we are waiting for more than 1,000 participants from roughly 100 countries. We have been speaking a lot about the restrictions that came with the pandemic, a lot, and we are still experiencing them. On the other hand, this annual meeting will gather a lot more people than we could bring to Berlin. So let's do something good out of this situation. So we are happy to welcome Humboldtians from all over the world.
Yes, please talk to us, chat with us, tell us where you are right now, where are you watching from, and what is your field of research. We're trying to connect you with each other, make new friends, make new acquaintances, and then maybe you want to join the bilateral chat, the personal chat. Down here you should be able to see it and open it, and then you can talk to any person you'd like.
When preparing for the annual meeting, we always prepare for the families because it's really a meeting of the Humboldt family, and children are part of this family. So I'm asking you, where are the children? We have arranged for a special room, the children's room. Are there any children in already? Please tell us. We are reading the chat and can be answering.
Yes, is your partner with you? Are your children with you? Please give us some information so that we know what's behind the camera so we can communicate with you.
I see a lot of children already here.
Wow.
We are told. Great, welcome. So try to become somebody like Alexander von Humboldt. Go into the children's room and look for various apps we are offering you. So you can go along the steps after Alexander von Humboldt, if you would like.
Yeah, we tried to create our virtual meeting as close to reality as possible. So, of course, there needed to be activities for our children. And actually, I heard that some of you sent us their paintings. We asked you if, when Alexander von Humboldt traveled the world, what did he need for his research? What utilities did he have with him? And we got amazing paintings and drawings. For example, pencil and paper. Of course he needed pencil and paper. So I would like to acknowledge this child who sent us this picture telling us that Alexander von Humboldt needed pencil and paper.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a compass. Of course he needed a compass. Very beautiful picture. Let's put this here on our wall and let's celebrate and acknowledge the amazing paintings.
Let's see what else you have prepared for us. Another painting?
Yes, absolutely. You want to show the next one?
Oh, that's great.
A world map.
Arthur sent us. That's great. Never tried to paint after Alexander von Humboldt. Let's do it here.
And here we have a magnifying glass. Of course he needed a magnifying glass. Perfect, well done.
What is this? Kind of a compass as well.
Yes, it's a compass.
Kind
and
of
here
a compass.
Another compass. So many amazing contributions. Thank you for that.
Write us if you painted it.
Beautiful. So now we have a better background, nice pictures on our wall. So
Yeah, so where we are here in the very heart of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. We are in the Heisenberg foyer. Here behind us you might see even part of the garden of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. So we are here to report live about what we have prepared for you. A program, of course, with the highlight, the meeting with the federal president of Germany. This year, however, not in face-to-face modus, but still, you can wait for him.
Yes. Please go to your personal profile under menu and then personal profile and give us more information about yourself. That will help you networking. And also add contacts to your list. Download the app, then it will be even easier to chat with other participants. I see you're already connecting on the chat. I should actually make this hand move here. I'm looking at a big screen. It's behind the camera where I'm reading your chat messages live. So please keep talking to us and to each other. We're trying to open up our diverse worldwide network.
Alexander von Humboldt traveled in a lot of countries. I would like to ask you, the participants watching us, to tell us who is in the country Alexander von Humboldt visited in South America during his travels in 1799 till 1804. Who is watching us from there? Please tell us.
420 participants already. I can't wait to see number 500. Yes, give us more information. Where are you right now? Say hello in your mother tongue. Tell us what your research field is. And use our hashtag, Research Across Borders. Please post it online, Instagram, Twitter. Make this public. We worked so hard to make this possible within the last 10 weeks. Now it's time to relax and to enjoy the show and to interact and meet each other.
The show is the right word this year. The annual meeting is also always a kind of a show. And I must confess, I was preparing for my 30th annual meeting ever. This year, it is my 30th, but it's the very first virtual meeting. I would not have dreamed about this. So we designed something really new. Something new, we even didn't know how it would look like. So we are somehow in the process of just making it. And we are happy that you are going through this kind of experiment going on. So the pandemic came over anybody of us, the foundation as well, and we started to change a lot of rules to support researchers. I think this will be one of the big issues we are going to discuss during the sessions of Ask Me Anything, the meeting with our President, Secretary General, and the workshops tomorrow. And we would really also understand and ask you, tell us, what else should we do? How should we digitalize our networking in times when the crisis does not allow a face-to-face meeting?
Yes, I can't believe it's your 30th anniversary today.
It is.
Congratulations.
It is.
30 annual meetings, but this one you will never forget. This one is very special, and thanks to you it's possible because you're joining us right now. It's 430 people almost live here with us in the lobby. We are
broadcasting live from Bonn, Bad Godesberg, from inside the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. But we should remember, there was a time when annual meetings each year took place here in Bonn. As long as the federal president was based here in Bonn, he's still based here, his second place after Berlin. But as long as he was mainly based here, we always met in Bonn. And I think some of the alumni watching us have been on an annual meeting in Bonn. Please tell us, are there anybody from those times? We are looking at all the generations. We started with the children. Let's go a little bit back to the alumni, because the alumni made up of 95% of the network of 30,000 Humboldtians. So you are the important part of the network. Are there anybody? We need to look it up here.
Oh, Yes, I see some compliments. Thank you for that. The platform is working very well. Perfect. Yeah, who has been to Bonn for an annual meeting? And hopefully, like some of you already said, we will meet again soon in person.
We very much hope to next year arrange for what we call the study tour. Those Humboldt fellows and alumni who took the study tour, all of them have been to the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation location. So they know the building, they know the garden of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, they know the place where all the biographies of Humboldtians start.
I've been in Bonn in 1994.
For Elke Bogner, greetings.
Very
greetings. Nice to see you here or to read you.
Yes, you can look forward to the next study tour next summer. This year, unfortunately, we're trying our best to move to virtual events, and this is our very first one. And we will also ask you for feedback later on how you enjoyed it, how it all worked out. But I'm really impressed. The chat is very uplifted, excited. I'm very excited to see so many compliments and so many excited people.
I should again ask whether you already have made your appointments in the Ask Me Anything session. So I already told those who watched us before, I would be ready to offer some appointments with me, but I'm already fully booked. But there are 30 other members of the Humboldt Foundation employees who are ready to meet you. And of course, there is a session that will never be booked. It's a session, the Ask Me Anything session, meet the president. Meet the president of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Professor Hans Christian Pape, being a Humboldtian himself, a research award winner 12 years ago. He got the Max Planck Research Award. This was, by the way, the very first time I met him. Didn't know that he would become president of the Humboldt Foundation 10 years later. So look for this slot. You can at any time enter the slot, and you can at any time leave to go for your Ask Me Anything appointments, which are 10-minute appointments with employees of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. And we should add, meet the president is not the end. It is continued by
the Secretary General. So Dr. Enno Aufderheide will also be there for us for 45 minutes, answering any question you've always wanted to ask him. So think about many questions and then join us for this session. Meet the President and followed by Meet the Secretary General. Yes, like Herr Melich just said, make your appointments through the Ask Me Anything tile. He's completely booked out, I'm sorry for that, but other employees still have capacities, so please make sure to have your individual session. And again, use the opportunity to ask any question you have on your mind.
By this virtual format of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation annual meeting, we are also in some respect inventing the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation anew. Yes, it is because of the pandemic, but there is something that would bring us forward to a new future we would not have imagined without the pandemic. So I would say, please help us also after the meeting to design something anew to add to the tools of sponsorship the Humboldt Foundation offers. A lot of those who got the research fellowship during the last month, they were not able to enter Germany because of travel restrictions. So after some discussions with the Federal Foreign Office, we were allowed to offer starting sponsorship in home office in your home countries. This is something we will have in mind in the future, of course, as well. So, but it's also about the format of meetings, of networking. What will be the format of the meetings in the future? Mm-hmm. So let us follow up this experiment and share what we have learned. Tomorrow there will be some workshops. You are invited to join discussing this topic.
Yes, I'm so excited to read so many comments, and I'm so happy that you apparently don't have any technical problems. Everybody is so positive, saying I'm from Brazil, now in Münster, welcome. I'm reading, that is a really nice initiative. Thank you for the compliments, we really appreciate it, absolutely. And yeah, we're excited for the opening ceremony today. In about 20 minutes we will start, and it's followed by our live event from the Siebold-Saal next door. We will have our Humboldt Science Slam. 4 Humboldtians are gonna give 7-minute science slams, and you can participate and vote for your favorite.
I didn't even know that we have so many science slammer, at least those who would have loved to present their science slam. And some of them I met before. I'm really, really very, how to say, impressed. One of them told me, "Oh, I'm a Toastmaster." What does it mean, a Toastmaster? Yeah, we have a weekly meeting. I'm the Toastmaster. I speak every day, once a week, my toast. So on this time I present a slam, something advanced, of course. So I understand. Potentially, we have so many capabilities. People are so imaginative, initiative. So we are overwhelmed by the response we got.
Yeah, let us know if you have any specific questions. Does it all add up? Does it all make sense? The menu up there, the help tile here, your appointments for Ask Me Anything, your individual chat. Whenever you get an individual message, your individual chat down here will pop up in a red light and will tell you that actually somebody contacted you. So if everything is clear, yeah, I'm reading the chat and you don't have any technical questions, so I guess it all makes sense, and that makes me very, very happy.
I would also like to remind you of our hashtag research across borders with Twitter. So our colleagues are following also Twitter. It is really important to show the world that the pandemic, all the challenges we are confronted with can be solved if we work together. It is even politically important to convey this message. So please help the foundation, help the network to become visible. At the YouTube channel of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, at the website, you have quite a number of Humboldtians presenting their work with regard to coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. For instance, it is important that the people in the streets know what the scientists and scholars do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for being here, and thank you for spreading our hashtag research across borders. So this venue that you entered is just for us Humboldtians. We have over 1,000 participants registered for today, so let's see how many of them actually will join us. But we're close to 500 already, so that is very, very exciting. And then the opening ceremony with the Humboldt Science Slam, that is open for the public on YouTube. So we will have even more guests and participants for the opening ceremony starting at 4. After that, meet the President and meet the Secretary General, as well as our program for tomorrow. That is just for you, for our Humboldtians to interact and connect, like it's usually the case during our annual meeting in Berlin.
1,000 participants means just 1,000 logins, but behind those logins are many, many families.
Yeah.
And not just families, spouses and children, but also more distant family members and friends. So thousands of people will be looking us. Just last week, we sent a special newsletter to all the alumni of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation worldwide, which means 30,000 people. So a lot of them will be joining us via the YouTube channel of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation.
Yes, please check out our social wall where all the hashtags are connected. And also check out our children's room. It might be interesting for you as well. So there are some interesting activities. Just have fun and check everything out that we prepared for you.
So, did we forget anything? Actually, I asked for the closest and
Yes.
the most distant participant of today. So actually, Canada was the closest, Nepal
India?
the highest, India, the closest was Bonn, but not Bonn, but Godesberg so far. So let's run once again
Yes.
in that direction. I think we have not reached the end yet.
Yes, where are you at right now? Say hello in your mother tongue once again. I want to see how broad our network is and how diverse. Yes, from India, Brazil. Give us more, talk to us. Do you have any questions? Please talk to us in the chat. We're seeing it on a big screen right now, so we're following what you're saying. Hola, hola back.
Hola. The Secretary General of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Enno Aufdajde, he's just told me that the Humboldt Union of Bulgaria, which is a Humboldt Club of Bulgaria, has gathered today and are jointly watching this opening ceremony. So give us a sign that you are really out there.
Yes, wow, this chat is wild. How amazing. And it's close to 4 p.m., so 15 more minutes, and we will start our big opening ceremony. And actually, Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier is joining us.
Yeah, we should also once again present ourselves. My name is Steffen Mehlich. I'm working here in the Humboldt Foundation. And this is my colleague working together with me.
Melanie Hanslick, yes.
Melanie Hanslick, who joined us a couple of years ago. She, by the way, is the chief manager of this annual meeting, the person who knows everything.
Well, everything I don't know, but I have an amazing team in the background who will help us out, and together we are strong and hope to answer all the questions and also all technical difficulties. So we will go live at 4 p.m. We will actually take a small break now, but we're back in 10 minutes. And then I hope that not only 500, almost 500, I can see it right now, 500 Humboldtians will join us, but also many more guests from the German Bundestag, for example.
From the German Bundestag, the Vice President of the German Bundestag, Claudia Roth, wrote us yesterday that she will be watching us. So welcome, Claudia Roth.
See you in a bit.
See you.
Welcome and hello to our very first annual meeting here live at the Humboldt Foundation. My name is Melanie Hanslick and I'm very pleased that you're watching right now.
And my name is Steffen Mehlich. I'm working in the Humboldt Foundation and this is my very first virtual meeting. Never have thought about that this meeting could be in virtual format. Welcome to the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation annual meeting.
It is almost 4 p.m., which means we're about to start with our big opening ceremony. Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier is joining us.
And there is a lot of other surprises, important personalities joining us there. Michel Müntefering, State Minister at the Foreign Federal Office, as well as Professor Lucas at the State Secretary at the Research Ministry of Germany.
Yes, and all of our Humboldtians helped us to put the opening ceremony together. We asked you to submit some We Are Family video clips, and we put it together. Over 70 clips came together, and you will see it during our opening ceremony. In a bit, we're about to start and we're really excited. It will be followed by our Humboldt Science Slam. Right here at the headquarters in Bonn-Bad Godesberg, 4 Humboldtians are going to perform a Humboldt Science Slam.
So where we are, indeed, we are here in the premises of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. You might see behind us a little bit of the very, very nice garden with Japanese details being there. So this is to be the heart of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation and its Humboldt network. The pandemic brought about a lot of restrictions, so we cannot meet face to face, but it also brought about the opportunity to invite a lot more people. We cannot bring to Berlin several thousands of Humboldtians, but this time we bring all of them here. So there will be a lot more than 1,000 participants joining us with this virtual Humboldt annual meeting. Welcome.
Yes, our very first annual meeting in the virtual space, and we're excited that you're watching with us right now. Please join us and communicate with us by using our hashtag #ResearchAcrossBorders. So while we will be together during the opening ceremony and during the live Humboldt Science Slam, make sure you send us your selfies on Instagram, Twitter, check out our social wall, and be together. Show us hashtag #ResearchAcrossBorders. It matters now more than ever.
And also have your children ready because they are very, very active participants of this annual meeting. If you look over here, you can see some of the paintings. We asked the children to paint what Alexander von Humboldt did need when he went on his travels. So the compass, of course a pencil, a lot of more things. So please welcome, dear children. This is usually what the Federal President of Germany starts when receiving the Humboldtians in his gardens. Hello, Kinder, wo seid ihr? So he usually starts. This time he will be there as well, and the children.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome, join us, enjoy the show. It is almost 4 p.m. and we're about to start. We are ready and we are excited, and we hope you are too. Take your coffee or your glass of wine, enjoy the opening ceremony with us.
And we will take you to the very heart of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, to the Sieboldsaal. And those Humboldtians or guests who visited the Humboldt Foundation know where it is and what does it mean, because this is the very place where all the biographies of Humboldtians start, because selection committees meet in this Sieboldsaal. So now we will take you there.
Yes, we will see you in a bit afterwards, and now simply join us. Let's celebrate. Enjoy.
See you, enjoy.
Welcome to the annual meeting of the Humboldt Foundation 2020. This year, things are a little bit different, and so is this meeting. So I'm proud to welcome you to the first virtual annual meeting. Usually every year in June, the Humboldt family meets in the garden of Schloss Bellevue. Speaking of family, this is meant quite literally. It's not only the many hundreds of Humboldtians who at that moment are guests in Germany and come together, but also their partner and children. In other words, we celebrate a big, colorful family get-together, using this opportunity for exchanging ideas and networking purposes. Can this be done in the digital world? Let's try it out. Behind me, you can see Alexander von Humboldt's library. Some of these books are filled with handwritten notes and notes from his travels and his research. And Alexander von Humboldt himself has written about 50,000 letters, which I find quite impressive. And if he still lived today, he'd be quite a passionate Twitter user. So feel free to share your experience of the annual meeting on Twitter, and please use our fabulous hashtag, Research Across Borders. It's a very powerful hashtag. International exchange, it's what our academic system relies on. And Alexander von Humboldt was a very big advocate for this idea. Maybe campaigning for it today is even more important than ever. And this is a perfect transition to welcome Enno Aufderheide, Secretary General of the Foundation. Hello.
Hello, very nice to be here.
Thanks for joining me.
Yes, I'm glad. It's very exciting, our very first.
So, Mr. Aufderheide, I first have to ask you maybe an unusual question. What's the parrot doing here?
Yes, the parrot. Well, Humboldt was very, very fond of a parrot like this. It's a Vasa, a greater Vasa parrot from Madagascar. And there was a parrot that had been sold from Madagascar to France and then to the King of Bavaria. The King of Bavaria gave it to the Grand Duke of Weimar, the sponsor of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. And when Humboldt visited Goethe, he was a good friend of Goethe, he met this parrot. And he was so fascinated that the Grand Duke gave it as a bequeath to Humboldt when he died. And then the parrot lived with Humboldt for 30 years. Yes, and it could talk. It would say, viel Kaffee, viel Zucker, Seifert, which means a lot of sugar, a lot of coffee, Seifert. Seifert was the servant of Humboldt.
I hope you all have your coffees or wines or whatever prepared with or without sugar, because thanks to technology, you can join us from all over the world, and it's a beautiful thought that so many people can watch this from near and far. Mr. Aufderheide, this is the first virtual conference of the Humboldt Foundation. Could you give us an overview of what to expect?
Well, fortunately, we can pretty much expect what we could usually expect from an annual meeting of the Foundation. So we will have a festive opening with talks by the President, even by the Federal President of Germany. But we also will have an opportunity to talk about research, about science, about humanities, and room to meet people, to make new acquaintances of interesting people. And of course, we will have a children's room.
I'm ready, and I hope you are too. I'd like to give the floor to the president of the Humboldt Foundation, Hans Christian Pape.
Dear Humboldtians, dear guests, welcome to the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation's annual meeting. Herzlich willkommen. I hope you're all well and looking forward to the next few days we're about to spend together just as much as I am. We are of necessity holding a virtual meeting on screen. And with that, we will experience a completely new format with a lot of science, of interaction, talks, togetherness, fun, and not to the least, my introductory remarks right now. It's going to be a wonderful meeting virtually. Dear guests, members of the Humboldt Network, how can I introduce an international meeting in June 2020 with not referring to the coronavirus pandemic, which has changed and certainly often upturned all our lives. COVID-19 is making us question many things, not just the medical, economical, or psychosocial details, but often also fundamental aspects of our lives, our societies, our responsibilities, and our prospects. The coronavirus pandemic will bring about change, and there's no guarantee that we will be returning to what we have so far defined as normality. Thinking positive, we should consider what experiences this crisis is generating and what learning effects are being produced. And this, in turn, is important because these experiences and changes bear opportunities. Within the spectrum of challenges and opportunities, two aspects should be kept in mind. Number one, science is desperately needed as a source of clarification, of solution, and also of instruction. And my impression is indeed that science is closer to society these days than ever before. Number two, it is also clear that the balance of challenges and opportunities can only be mastered if based on international cooperation across borders. And this is the reason why we have embraced this annual meeting under the motto of our initiative, #Research Across Borders. You may have seen it or even participated to it. It says, Corona is changing the world. Only by working together and sharing the science will we be able to find solutions. And for those who are still in any doubt, the corona crisis is a wake-up call. International cooperation and openness will take us forward, not nationalism, not new borders. And this collaboration across borders, across nations and disciplines is exactly what our Humboldt network is all about. As one example, let me refer to Humboldt professor Guus Rimmelswaan. He conducts research in Hanover on how our immune system can render SARS-CoV-2 harmless or protect us against future viruses that may pass from animal hosts to humans. Another example is Humboldt professor Jens Meyer, working in Leipzig on dedicated models used to develop and test vaccines against viral disease. Or let's consider the initiative livewithcorona.org, on which Humboldt professor Anke Höffler is working, collecting data for transnational comparison on how society is dealing with COVID-19. And in fact, Humboldtians all over the world are working on these issues. And in the coming days, we shall certainly be talking about them and initiate collaborations that will take us forward. We will also discuss how we can defend scientific freedom and scientific thinking against populism and conspiracy theories. After all, these are currently doing the rounds and spreading, just like a virus that threatens to infect ever larger groups and knows no bounds. Ladies and gentlemen, as mobile researchers, we are, of course, affected personally by the crisis, often existentially, and you as Humboldtians in particular. I'm not just thinking about interrupting work in the lab or being unable to do research in archives. For many of you, the start of your fellowship or a new job in another country has been or is being made difficult or even impossible. We at the Foundation are working hard to help all our fellows affected. And please do take the opportunity to speak to us during this meeting. Tell us how we can support you further, or even better, and share your experiences with other Humboldtians. Because this is also what our network is all about: mutual advice, support, and solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, I said at the beginning that the COVID-19 pandemic also offers an opportunity to rethink and perhaps change things. For instance, I asked myself how academic mobility may develop in face of a global situation like COVID-19 or climate change. What will our Humboldt network look like in 10, 15, 20 years from now? Today already, network knowledge and international networking activities are, partially at least, replacing classic mobility, like travel to conferences and various career stages spent abroad. I'm certain that this trend will continue. In the future, we will send more and more data on knowledge on journeys rather than people. Network projects, big data, artificial intelligence all open up new opportunities. And it is precisely these opportunities and the ways of promoting them that we at the Foundation are investigating at present. We set up new strategies within this new system of coordinates for academic mobility. But above all these strategies, one point is crystal clear. Personal encounters are important and indispensable, and will remain so. Just like the experience of living abroad and getting to know other cultures, countries, and people. In fact, Humboldtians, you, are seen as international ambassadors of science. They form a network of academic diplomacy and trust. And this will be always the core of our work at the Humboldt Foundation, whether we meet in person or digitally as we are today. And in fact, this keyword, digital connection, brings me to my next point. Being connected digitally, online, our attention, our concentration span is rather on the short side. Believe me, as a neuroscientist, I know what I'm talking about. So I better come to an end before you attempted to click me away. In conclusion then, we will experience a novel type of meeting, digitally and optimistically, and together we shall manage, of this I'm pretty sure, to keep the typical spirit of our annual meeting. A celebration of togetherness, of sharing ideas, and of creativity. And for this to happen, we count on you, our current fellows, and on your families, which are, of course, also cordially invited. And this is the reason why we have chosen a song entitled "We Are Family" as an opener to our meeting. And we have asked you, again, our fellows and your families, to participate in a little musical video clip, putting in your heart, your soul, your everything. And with that, I should like to thank you for your attention. I wish you all, I wish us all, an exciting and rewarding annual meeting, and above all, also a stable internet connection. All the very best. Enjoy yourselves. Viel Spaß.
A stable internet connection, so important. But something that Alexander von Humboldt didn't have. So isolation for him would have been torture, right?
Yes, that would have been torture. Personal encounters were so important for Humboldt. A few years ago, his address book was discovered with 2,000 addresses of people with whom he had corresponded, but also whom he had met. He developed his ideas not only by traveling, but also by personal encounters on his travel, but also in Berlin, where people came to visit him. Only by the very end of his life, very few months or weeks before he died, he published an ad in the newspaper asking people not to write him anymore because he was afraid that he couldn't finish his work before the end of his life.
He did not do that.
Yes, he did. It's a little bit sad imagining his situation.
But we wanted you to send us messages. We asked you before this meeting to show your love for science and research through dance, singing, or playing an instrument. And I'm proud to be able to show you what you sent us.
Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. state for the record. We're giving love in a family dog. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Living life is fun, and we've just begun to get our share of this world's delight. High hopes we have for the future and our goals in sight. We know we don't get depressed. Here's what we call our golden rule. Have faith in you and the things you do. You won't go wrong. Oh no, this is our family jewel.
What a great performance. Thanks a lot, everybody, for putting in your heart, your soul, your creativity. Indeed, we are family, a global family, the Humboldt family. The President of the Federal Republic of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, has gladly accepted the invitation to celebrate our worldwide Humboldt network and to acknowledge its contributions in solving the challenges of today. Sehr geehrter Herr Bundespräsident, Mr. President, welcome to our virtual annual meeting. We are much honored to have you with us.
Liebe Wissenschaftlerinnen und Wissenschaftler, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde der Humboldt-Stiftung. Sie sehen mich hier im Park von Schloss Bellevue, mitten im Berliner Tiergarten. Die Bäume sind schön grün, das Gras frisch gemäht, die Vögel zwitschern. Eigentlich ist alles so wie immer im Frühsommer, wenn der Bundespräsident die Familie der Humboldtianer an seinem Amtssitz empfängt. Nur, dass es dieses Jahr sehr leer und sehr still ist hier auf dem Rasen. Keine Wissenschaftler aus aller Welt, keine angeregten Gespräche, keine Hüpfburg mit tobenden Kindern. Das alles fehlt mir, Sie alle fehlen mir. Wie schade, dass Sie in diesem Juni nicht hier sein können. Wo auch immer Sie jetzt zuschauen, ich sende Ihnen herzliche Grüße aus Bellevue. Es sind außergewöhnliche Zeiten, die wir gerade erleben. Wir müssen Abstand halten, aber wir bahnen uns neue Wege, um Erfahrungen, Wissen und Ideen miteinander zu teilen. Und wir lernen, die digitalen Kanäle noch besser zu nutzen. Die Jahrestagung der Humboldt-Stiftung ist ein schönes Beispiel dafür, was alles möglich ist im virtuellen Raum. Sie zeigt, wie wertvoll der digitale Austausch ist, auch wenn er die physische Begegnung natürlich nicht ersetzen kann. Sie von der Humboldt-Stiftung überbrücken Distanzen zwischen Menschen, Nationen, Disziplinen, auch und gerade in der Corona-Krise. Dafür meinen ganz herzlichen Dank. Gerade jetzt wird uns bewusst, wie sehr wir die weltweite Zusammenarbeit brauchen. Für eine Krise wie diese gibt es eben keine nationale Lösung. Auch wenn Grenzen vorübergehend geschlossen werden müssen, dürfen Wissenschaft und Politik nicht in Abschottung und Alleingänge zurückfallen. Wir müssen unsere Kräfte bündeln, Therapien und Impfstoffe zu entwickeln. Und wir müssen weiter zusammenarbeiten, um Klimawandel, Hunger und Armut zu bekämpfen. Die Krise führt uns auch vor Augen, wie sehr wir die freie Wissenschaft und den rationalen Diskurs brauchen, um große Herausforderungen zu bewältigen. Ich bin beeindruckt, was Forscherinnen und Forscher in diesen Wochen leisten, damit wir das Virus und seine gesellschaftlichen Folgen besser verstehen. Und ich bin froh, dass Politik in Deutschland und in vielen anderen Demokratien auf der Basis von Vernunft und wissenschaftlichen Erkenntnissen gemacht wird. In diesen Wochen können wir gewissermaßen live dabei zusehen, wie Forscher sich vortasten auf dem Weg zum Wissen, wie sie Aussagen und Methoden immer wieder aufs Neue überprüfen und korrigieren, wie sie sich auch die Grenzen ihrer Erkenntnis klar machen. Das zu verfolgen ist manchmal eine Geduldsprobe, weil wir uns doch alle einen schnellen Sieg über das Virus wünschen. Aber es fasziniert uns auch und es zeigt, Wissenschaft ist ein dauerhafter Lernprozess. Sie lebt von einer rationalen Streitkultur und gerade das verbindet sie mit der Demokratie. Wir erleben in dieser Krise aber auch, wie brüchig der Glaube an Vernunft und Diskurs mancherorts geworden ist, wo Wissenschaftler angefeindet, sogar bedroht werden, wo Erkenntnisse geleugnet, Verschwörungstheorien verbreitet, Aluhüte als Allheilmittel gepriesen werden. Überall da ist unser Widerspruch gefragt. Lassen Sie uns gemeinsam für Wissenschaft und Demokratie werben, in der digitalen wie in der analogen Welt. Heute ist es wichtiger denn je, dass Wissenschaftler verständlich und unterhaltsam vermitteln, was sie tun und warum sie es tun. Ich finde, die Humboldtianer haben da immer wieder hervorragende Ideen. Ein Science Slam mit Popcorn hätte Alexander von Humboldt bestimmt auch gut gefallen. Liebe Stipendiatinnen und Stipendiaten, liebe Forschungspreisträger und Preisträgerinnen, ich hoffe, dass Sie unserem Land trotz des gebotenen Abstandes näher kommen, dass Sie seine Geschichte und Kultur entdecken und interessante Menschen kennenlernen. Sie werden sehen, Deutschland ist ein weltoffenes und freundliches Land, auch wenn es Mundschutz trägt. Ich grüße auch die deutschen Wissenschaftlerinnen und Wissenschaftler, die als Humboldtianer die Gastfreundschaft anderer Länder erfahren. Ihnen allen viel Erfolg für Ihre Forschung. Bleiben Sie gesund und geben Sie Acht aufeinander.
That was great support for the Humboldt Foundation's global network. Could you give me a rough estimate of how many Humboldtians there are?
Yes, there are roughly 30,000 Humboldtians all around the world from all areas of research, so a very diverse network. And a network that really offers space for creativity and for freedom, because people support each other.
And this is precisely why we need networks like the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, right?
That's true. Within this Humboldt network, people can really support each other, like Humboldt, who gave away the objects which he had brought from Latin America for others to do research with them to put these objects to the best possible use. For me now it's time to welcome Michel Müntefering. Michel Müntefering is State Minister in the German Federal Foreign Office. And as you know, the Federal Foreign Office is the main sponsor of the Humboldt Foundation, especially dedicated to the alumni support and the networking of the foundation.
Liebe Humboldtianerinnen und Humboldtianer, liebe Gäste. Alexander von Humboldt mochte keine ausgetretenen Pfade. Auf seinen Reisen war ein ums andere Mal sein Improvisationstalent gefragt. Gut, dass die Stiftung, die heute seinen Namen trägt, mit genauso viel Energie und guten Ideen auf unerwartete Herausforderungen reagiert. Wegen Corona findet die Jahrestagung der Humboldt-Stiftung erstmals komplett digital statt. Einerseits schade, denn die Jahrestagung ist normalerweise eine Gelegenheit für unendlich viele spannende Begegnungen und Gespräche mit Hunderten von Humboldtianerinnen und Humboldtianern, ihren Familien und den vielen Freundinnen und Freunden der Stiftung. Andererseits setzen sie mit ihrem digitalen Treffen ein enorm wichtiges Zeichen. Wir bleiben miteinander in Verbindung, gerade jetzt. Corona hat uns allen noch einmal vor Augen geführt, dass wir die globalen Probleme des 21. Jahrhunderts nur als globale Gemeinschaft meistern können und dass Wissenschaft dabei eine herausgehobene Rolle spielt. Ein Virus kennt keine Grenzen, gute Ideen und wissenschaftliche Innovation aber auch nicht. Das zeigt das Netzwerk der Alexander von Humboldt Stiftung immer wieder, auch in diesem Jahr. Wir verleihen bei der diesjährigen Jahrestagung den Humboldt-Alumni-Preis an 5 Gewinnerinnen und Gewinner aus 4 Kontinenten. Das inhaltliche Spektrum ist beeindruckend. Von Musikwissenschaften bis zur Medizin, von einer Initiative zur Vernetzung von Wissenschaftlerinnen und Wissenschaftlern bis hin zur Stärkung der Wissenschaftskommunikation. Die vielen tollen Projekte werden wir gleich in einem eigenen Videobeitrag kennenlernen. Allen Preisträgerinnen und Preisträgern herzlichen Glückwunsch und viel Erfolg bei der Umsetzung ihrer Initiativen. Und uns allen inspirierende Jahrestagung, eine inspirierende Tagung ohne die persönliche Begegnung, aber mit den Eigenschaften, für die die Humboldt-Familie seit jeher steht. Neugier, Offenheit und einem grenzenüberschreitenden Diskurs. Alles Dinge, die wir heute mehr brauchen als je zuvor.
The principal motivation for this initiative was the visible marginalization of women as relates to research as a career path. So I came up with this initiative that can serve as a platform to empower more females into research, to come and empower them, sensitize them, and make them understand that having PhD is not enough.
Malaria is kind of forgotten. And I think one of the major issues in malaria is the fact that it is not really a major problem of the West at the moment. It's a problem of Africa and developing countries. Have shown that we can receive just 60% reduction in malaria morbidity if we implement the mosquito larvae control alone, treatment with pesticides, or bush clearing, in simple terms, making sure that the breeding grounds are not encouraged, they are interrupted, so that the mosquitoes, the larvae will then die and not develop into adults. And so this is what has inspired us to start this initiative.
We are not so much specialized, but we are trying to discuss the problems more globally and more interdisciplinary. So that's the vision behind it, trying to work together, trying to put together expertise, seeing the same problem from different angles, and doing that not only among ourselves, but together with our younger colleagues and supporting them as well. Because there are still lots of things that we could improve in this society. We are not so happy with the idea of criticizing, saying this doesn't go well, this doesn't go well, but not offering any solution.
Joseph Haydn described his music as being a universal language. And this struck me as an interesting statement because music, including Western music, travels all over the world, it gets imported. But how do we study it? And I guess it became quite obvious to me that the ways we study Western music history anyway are actually quite Eurocentric. So we'd like to explore all the possible ways of doing this, and in particular bring in some indigenous approaches. I think that working with different people in different countries is going to be the lifeblood of this network.
I came from a very poor family, and my family and my neighborhood gave me the social sensitivity, the knowledge as a social good and not as a privilege of a few. Because we understand, as Alexander von Humboldt understood, that when you share knowledge, you are not dividing something, you are multiplying. He understood that the knowledge should be available for everyone.
Great. It is so encouraging to learn about the research of Humboldtians. They are doing research in all areas you can imagine. And they are also committed to making this world a better place by tackling global challenges, by supporting women scientists to really participate in their research systems, by improving science communication. We can be very glad for your work. Thank you very much. Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
The Humboldt Foundation currently supports more than 1,500 academics and scholars. And unfortunately, we don't have the time to let you all talk about your research. This would definitely surpass the average attention span online. But we have asked 2 Humboldtians to show us a photograph or an object that they associate with their work in a very special way. And this is what they sent us.
I'm a linguist who works with speakers of minority and endangered languages, and for my particular project funded by the Humboldt Foundation, I'm working on a language called Sephuthi. It's an endangered language and it's spoken predominantly in Lesotho in southern Africa, and there are only a few thousand fluent speakers left. So one of the problems that many communities face is that they don't have access to information in a language they understand. So this means that they might not understand actually what COVID-19 is all about, what precautions to take. And although my project had, of course, nothing to do with COVID-19, I'm working on their language, and I feel it's partly my responsibility as a linguist to ensure that the community is safe and that they know about what's happening. And more recently, I've been working with the community to translate COVID-19 materials into Sephuthi so that the speakers receive information in a language that they understand and that they themselves speak.
My research here in Bonn, in Germany, has to do with the how theological concepts are giving meaning to political concepts, and how political concepts are giving meaning or shaping theological concepts. My project is about how theology, politics, philosophy, and biology come together when we think about the community.
So the object I've chosen is my University of Hamburg tote bag. This tote bag brings back a particular fond memory of my time as a Humboldt Fellow, as it helped me out in a rather difficult situation which I found myself in recently. And I even use it on my field trips in Southern Africa. And last August, I was in Lesotho on a field trip as part of my Humboldt project. And on my way there, on the last leg of my flight, so from South Africa to Lesotho, a woman on the plane approached me as she saw my University of Hamburg tote bag. And it turned out that she was an alumnus of the University of Hamburg and was currently working in Maseru. Now, if we fast forward several months, actually many months, in March this year, I was conducting fieldwork in Lesotho. And I was in a remote rural area, far from any town or city. And this was also around the time when the Corona outbreak had started in Europe. I started getting worried messages from my husband and from my friends, and they were telling me, hey, Sheena, you should come home. Things are getting really bad here. And so I decided to interrupt my field trip and go home. But at that point, it was already too late. Flights were cancelled and Lesotho was about to impose a nationwide lockdown. So I found myself blocked in Maseru, a city which I basically didn't know very well. And then I remembered the University of Hamburg alumnus that I'd met on my flight 8 months ago and who worked in Maseru. And thanks to her generous help, I got contacts with the relevant local authorities. I made new friends who helped me find a secure accommodation in Maseru. And knowing her made what could have been an even more difficult situation more bearable and pleasant. And it all began with this tote bag. And I also owe a special thanks to the Humboldt Foundation, who knew about my situation and who helped me with the repatriation. I ended up spending about a month stuck in Maseru and managed to get on the last repatriation flight out of Johannesburg, which was organized by the German government.
I chose this photograph because it has like different levels of reading. I will start with the basic one. That is that I am here in Germany with my family. That was my daughter and my wife. And we have such a lovely time here in Bonn, in Germany. And one of the things we like the best here in Germany, it's Carnival. Here in Bonn and Cologne, the thing is absolutely crazy. The people here in Germany are quite like, they do not speak loud. They are very tidy, always very, and suddenly they go on the opposite side and they turn absolutely crazy. In Argentina, this does not happen because we are already crazy all the time. So it's not such a difference, but here in Germany, it was kind of surprising.
Such great minds. Thank you so much for your contributions. And Mr. Aufderheide, I believe it's now time for some music.
Yes, it's time for music. Last year we celebrated Humboldt's 250th anniversary, and this year we celebrate Ludwig van Beethoven's 250th anniversary. Beethoven was born in Bonn. Yeah, actually he spent more time in Bonn than Mozart spent in Salzburg. Susanne Kessel, a pianist from Bonn, she invited 250 musicians from different genres to contribute pieces that are linked to Beethoven, and we will hear a few of them. And the first one to play will be William Kinderman. Bill Kinderman is a Humboldtian, and as Alfred Brendel, a very famous pianist, put it, William Kinderman is a very rare bird. And the reason why Brendel said that is that Kinderman is both a famous researcher, a scholar on Beethoven's work, and a very, very good pianist, sought after in many countries. Today, we will not hear Bill Kinderman as a pianist, but he is contributing as a composer.
Dear Humboldtians, dear guests, welcome to the Beethoven anniversary year, celebrating the 250th birthday of this great composer, born in Bonn in 1770. You'll now hear Susanne Kessel playing excerpts from her composition project, 250 piano pieces for Beethoven. These include music by Peter Hamel, Beethoven's own for Elisa. To begin, she'll play the conclusion of a piece of mine, a meditation on Beethoven. This music dwells on a repeated motive of 5 notes, a sounding emblem for the letters in his name. Variations unfold, conveying a mysterious, obsessive atmosphere. A dynamic development yields explosive, modernistic gestures, testing the limits of the piano. The meditation looks forward and back, surveying past, present, and future. It closes with the obsessive idée fixe, pointing into the silence beyond. Music that will be heard right now.
I hope you're all wearing your Humboldt t-shirts. We are, we got changed, and I quite like it.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
We have one more question for you. What does it mean to be a Humboldtian? Please take a selfie and post it on Twitter or Instagram. And if you don't know how to do it, I'll just show you quickly. Okay, you ready?
I am.
Okay. Smile. If you're not on social media, you can also just send us an email to this address. And among all submissions, we're going to raffle a prize, which is this wonderful book. So try your best, show that we are many. Our job is done now, so we've got time to enjoy the show, lean back, eat some popcorn, and see what's coming next.
Yes. And for the next part, I hand over to Wolf-Dieter Lucas. He is State Secretary in the German Ministry of Education and Research. The BMBF is the other main sponsor of the foundation and especially committed to improving science communication in Germany. Professor Lucas.
Liebe Humboldtianerinnen und Humboldtianer, die Welt der Wissenschaft ist eine vernetzte Welt. Eine Welt der Kommunikation und der Kooperation. Die Wissenschaft kennt keine nationalen Grenzen. Sie kennt nur die Grenzen ihrer eigenen Erkenntnis. Wer in dieser Welt der Wissenschaft leben will und sich diese Welt erschließen will, muss wie schon Humboldt auf Reisen gehen, eine Zeit lang im Ausland verbringen, anderen Denkweisen begegnen, um mit eigenen neuen Ideen zurückzukommen. Die Alexander von Humboldt-Stiftung ermöglicht diesen Austausch unter dem Motto Exzellenz verbindet, be part of a worldwide network. Und sie tut gut daran. Denn eine freie, globale Welt der Wissenschaft passt zur Demokratie, passt zu unserer Demokratie. Die Demokratie ist auf den freien Austausch der Gedanken angewiesen. Und Politik braucht die Wissenschaft als Grundlage für ihr Handeln. Und die Wissenschaft braucht den Schutzraum der Demokratie. Aber die Wissenschaft gibt es nicht. Es gibt die zahlreichen Wissenschaftlerinnen und Wissenschaftler mit dem Drang, Neues zu entdecken, Neues zu schaffen. Die Welt besser zu verstehen und die Welt immer ein wenig lebenswerter zu machen, immer ein wenig besser zu machen. Eine wichtige Aufgabe der freien Wissenschaft ist, den Dialog zu suchen, Debatten zu versachlichen und über Herausforderungen und Chancen wissenschaftlicher Entwicklungen aufzuklären. Ich bin der festen Überzeugung, dass zur Verantwortung der Wissenschaft stets der wechselseitige Dialog mit der Gesellschaft gehört. Aktuelle Umfragen während der Covid-19-Pandemie zeigen, dass fast 3/4 der Befragten in Deutschland der Wissenschaft und der Forschung vertrauen. Das sind mehr als in normalen Zeiten und vielleicht auch mehr als in anderen Ländern. Sie alle möchte ich deshalb ermutigen. Vermitteln Sie Ihre Erkenntnisse und bringen Sie sich in öffentliche, aber auch kontroverse Debatten ein. Machen Sie anderen Lust auf Wissenschaft. Anderen Lust auf wissenschaftliche Erkenntnisse und seien Sie dabei kreativ. So, wie wir es gleich im Humboldt Science Slam erleben werden. Ihnen allen wünsche ich dabei und in den nächsten beiden Tagen interessante Einblicke und Erkenntnisse. Nun übergebe ich das Wort an Herrn Dr. André Lampe und wünsche Ihnen allen viel Freude beim Humboldt Online Science Lab.
Herzlich willkommen zu, that was a little mistake. Welcome to the Humboldt Science Slam in the frame of the annual meeting of the Alexander Humboldt Foundation. And since this is a virtual format, an online format, we need to have some interactions with you. So you can use the chat in our lobby. You can tweet at us at the hashtag research across borders, and we will have another thing, a little bit of a voting tool. Since for a Science Slam, we need your feedback, we need your voting for our participants. So we try that out right now. Under this URL, tweet back DE/PZ8X. You'll find a short questionnaire. And the first question I have for you is, do you know what a Science Slam is? And hopefully we will see lots of answers for that. And under the same URL, you will be able to vote for all of our participants. And the rules for a Science Slam are quite simple. Everyone here in this online format will have 7 minutes to talk about their own research. And at the end of every talk, you, the audience, will have the opportunity to give points, where 1 point would be the equivalent of, well, this talk should never have seen the light of day, and 10 would be, oh my God, I will change career, I will go to this field of research and spend the rest of my life doing stuff there. So you have a range, and in between, everything is possible. And now I will shortly introduce our 4 participants. I'm really grateful that they are here. So we have from left to right, there's Faith Oisier. Thanks for being here. Ahmad Muhuri is also here. Paulina Strzelecka and Philipp Wilke. They will compete in the Science Slam today. And for what will they compete? Well, I have it here. A very, very nice porcelain medal of Alexander von Humboldt is the prize for the winner. But everyone is already a winner for taking part in this, I think. And so Nadine, we have already results coming in, I hope. Yes, we do. Nadine is running the back office for me, so we will also refer to her for some social media feedback. You send at us, and she will take care of the voting. I just had to check if everything's set up. And now it is my genuine pleasure to introduce the first Science Slammer of this Humboldt Science Slam. It is Paulina Strzelecka. I'm sorry. Strzelecka. I have always trouble with your name, so thanks for being understanding. And yeah, she's from Charité Berlin, and these are your 7 minutes.
Thank you. So, hi everyone, I'm Paulina and I'm a scientist. And if we think about me in a stereotypical way, I'm a socially awkward creature closed in the lab wearing a white lab coat and performing evil, or if not evil, then at least incomprehensive to the wider public experiments. And to be honest, I am a little bit antisocial, or to put it nicely, my social periods begin from the mid-April and last till mid-September. It's only because I really like to be warm, and outside of those months in Northern Europe, it's way too cold for me to socialize. So I recently moved to Germany after spending almost 3 years in the UK. And with Corona happening and stealing away my precious social period, I have to be extra creative when making new friends. And what experience in UK taught me is that the way you speak about your job can either make you help you make friends or not. So what I learned is that I definitely should not say I study development of blood cells. That can only scare people. Instead, I can say I'm making zebrafish happy, and this is good, this is intriguing. And the people want to listen. And to be honest, I didn't even have to lie that much because, believe me or not, but my research in UK involved from time to time extracting the sperm from male zebrafish. And in case you can't believe me, this is actually a picture of me extracting sperm from zebrafish. Props to my considerate lab friends. So in Germany, I know that I should never say that I study clonal hematopoiesis. And that takes us back to the title of this Science Slam, which is the bloody antisocial cells and the battle between fruits and smoothies. So what I actually mean by bloody antisocial cells. Sorry for all my German-speaking friends, the cells are not really verdammt, they are just blutig. And in human body, all the cells, all the blood cells, are developing from the hematopoietic stem cells, like my friend here, let's call her STEMI. And the different mature blood cells have different function in the body. So, for example, white blood cells are protecting the body against pathogens like bacteria or recently hotter topic viruses, whereas red blood cells, erythrocytes, are responsible for transporting the oxygen. And we can picture them in this more boring way, as I usually do during my science talks, or in this more exciting way, like at my favorite manga series, Cells at Work. Here we have a brave leukocyte who just finished a deadly battle with corona, or a clumsy erythrocytes. And what my research is about is how the production of those cells changes when we are getting old. So I like to think about the cells that they are kind of similar to us. At the end, they are inside of our body, and they are part of us. When we are children, we are very open, we are happy, we socialize with everyone. However, it changes when we are getting older. We are getting our preferences also in terms of friends. So we can't really change our environment so that we have only people we like around each other. So in order to avoid interacting with people we don't like, we can do a recently popular thing and social distance ourselves. However, our cells can't really do that. At the end, they are inside of our body, so if they start social distancing, that can only end bad. So our cells can produce more cells which are like them. Let's think about STEMI again. When we are getting older, STEMI, our hematopoietic stem cells, can get the mutations, and the mutations gave them superpower. They can produce more cells which are like them. This mutation is represented here on the slide with a star, and let's think about the star as a love for coffee. Coffee lovers are a little bit antisocial. They don't want to interact with tea lovers. Therefore, they're making sure that it's gonna be more coffee lovers around them, and this phenomenon is called clonal hematopoiesis. So what's the big deal, you may ask? Well, the problem is that usually any kind of imbalance is not great. And this is also the case here. Our society is getting older, and clonal hematopoiesis affects between 10 to 30% of people over 60. The problem is that clonal hematopoiesis is associated with the increased risks of blood cancer and heart diseases. Or, to put it boldly, you have clonal hematopoiesis, the chances of you dying prematurely are higher. So what I am interested in is to study the difference between cells with the mutations and cells between the mutation, and check what is special about those cells which do have the mutations. Pretty easy, you may say. So let's start. Please look at those two cells, and please name 5 differences between them. Difficult? You think they look the same? Well spotted. Congrats to all of you who did that. To a naked eye, those cells are actually the same, and they're also not really talkative, so I can't really expect this scenario to happen. Hi, Paulina, I'm a cell with a mutation you're looking for. Hi, Paulina, I'm just a normal cell, don't mind me. So in order to do what I want to do and compare between cells with and without mutation, I have to look inside the cells. And what I'm doing, I'm using RNA-seq. And finally, we are at the smoothie and fruit battle.
You got 1 minute.
So I can use RNA-seq in 2 different ways. I can make delicious smoothie, which is like putting all the cells into the blender, and this approach will show me which cells have the mutation, that they're basically represented by the stars floating in the smoothie, but I wouldn't be able to pinpoint whether STEMI here has the mutation or not. So I have to do single-cell RNA-seq, which is more like making a fruit salad. And in this approach, I see that banana has a mutation, or kiwi, or the blueberry. So pretty easy, you may say. Well, in theory, yes, but analyzing the data, it's pretty difficult. And here you have a proof of that. This is a Cambridge postdoc enjoying her Sunday evening, just when I got my first single-cell sequencing data. But as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm a little bit antisocial, so for me, this is just a fun evening. Thank you.
Paulina, thank you. And now it is up to you, dear viewers, to go here, if you did not already have done it, to cast your vote for Paulina's talk. And Nadine, do you have something from the social media side of the things here? Yeah, then I'm eager to see what's happening. Finishing the second stage of my aging chamber for microplastic degradation while participating on the annual meeting of the Humboldt Foundation, the advantages of online events. Yeah. Hey, Walter, nice to have you with us. Keep on watching, and maybe you tweet us how you like the Science Slam so far. It is nice to see scientists at work already and watching on the side the live stream. And maybe give us a little bit of insight what you're doing in your research. That would be really interesting. And now, I think it is time for our second participant. Mohuri is from the University of Heidelberg, and what he is researching, he will tell us right now. Your 7 minutes, Anap.
Thank you. Honored guests and my fellow Humboldtian, welcome to the annual meeting of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation and the Humboldt Science Slam 2020. My name is Arnab, and it's a pleasure to be here in Bonn, in this historic city. And today, I'm here to tell you a story. Today's story is about Black Forest. Black Forest is known to the common man for its delicious Black Forest pastries, Maultaschen, beer, and cuckoo clocks, which is an icon for Germany. But during the winter, this gets covered with snow and transforms into a skiing heaven. In the summer, when all the snow melts over the Black Forest, the meltwater flows into the river, the navigable river in Germany, like River Rhine and River Neckar. And it flows through my town, and it probably flows through your town. And coincidentally, it flows through Bonn, just a few hundred meters from here. After River Rhine starts its journey in the Swiss Alps, Black Forest contributes significantly to the volume of water. There can be a better location for such a paradise. You have France in the west and Switzerland down south. And as the river flows through the Rhine Valley between Germany and France, it contributes significantly towards the economic growth of the region. You must all have noticed it is quite a common sight to spot a barge carrying goods on this river around Germany. On River Rhine, you can start from Basel and sail through major cities like Bonn, Köln, Düsseldorf, and Rotterdam, and come out in the North Sea and then head towards London if you wish to. And remember, while traveling downstream, you save a lot of fuel. And that's some quality wine and champagne for you if you like to have some. River Rhine also supports industries like agriculture and tourism. In short, the volume of water flowing into River Rhine is essentially determining a big chunk over the Rhine Valley, big chunk of economy and the adjoining Black Forest. And there is a reason it is so important to understand the state of the winter precipitation of snow over the Black Forest. What makes Black Forest so unique is the fact that almost 70% of the Black Forest is covered with forest. And Black Forest is a vast region. You can go on collecting data at every point and interpolate them later. That will be quite inaccurate and time-consuming and expensive. And this is what brings me to Germany. I employ satellite sensors to observe the frozen sections of our planet called the cryosphere. Now back home in India over the Himalayas, I investigated glaciers and snowfield with satellite pictures. Notice that due to the high altitude, there is almost no forest over the mountain. But Black Forest is a different ball game altogether because there is snow both inside and outside the forest. So imagine you are inside a satellite 800 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and you want to click a nice picture of the snow-covered Black Forest. Unfortunately, you will only be able to see snow outside the forest. You can imagine that the forest and the snow spectral information gets mixed up together, and hence it is a challenging problem when you're trying to observe the aerial extent of snow cover over the forested landscape with satellites inside the Black Forest. So how did I solve this problem? Big question. Well, I established a network of sensors and cameras over the Black Forest. that collects meteorological information on a daily basis. And I made several expeditions to the Black Forest to understand the forest conditions and the variety of trees spread over the forest and the forest density. And when I correlated these observations with the satellite spectral information, I discovered a unique relationship between forest density and satellite observation. So now you may ask, big question, could I solve this problem? Oh yes, I did. Just Google me up and you'll discover what I did over Black Forest. Did I enjoy doing all this? Trust me, it was awesome. To summarize my journey inside the Black Forest, sometimes there were really some special guests in front of my camera, like we have you all today. And now I fall short of words to describe my experience doing all this cool stuff. And I'm sure you people had great experiences with your own research as well. I have one more special guest for you. She wanted to say hello. I recently rescued her from the Black Forest, and she's doing perfectly fine. And I'm sure all of us fall short of words to express our gratitude towards the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, selfless service to support our research. Even in these uncertain times, I will say goodbye now, and I hope to see you all in person soon. Have a good evening, and thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for this nice presentation. And now, again, it is your turn to go here, if you're not already done so. There will be a new questionnaire to give points to the presentation of Anna. And is the voting running, I hope? And yeah. And do we have something from social media? Okay, then I'm eager to see what people tweeted. Watching my friend from Heidelberg, Arnab, in the Science Slam. Yeah. Ariane, I think your wishing well received Arnab at the best of times. So, yeah, colleagues are watching too. And I wish you all the best and best of luck for that. And before we hand over to our next participant, I also wanted to tell you a little of an anecdote of scientists who did really well in his field. The Nobel laureate André Geim. He received his Nobel Prize in 2010 for his work with colleagues on graphene, this 2D material. But he also has received an IG Nobel Prize in 2000. The IG Nobel Prize is sort of the anti-Nobel Prize. No, well, not really anti. It is thought of to be to honor research where you at first love and then start to think. And he received that honor in 2000 for levitating a frog in a strong magnetic field. And the paper describing this process was co-authored by a hamster. He put it in the authorship. So great scientists can also have a little bit of fun within the field of academic sciences. And now I hand over to our next participant. It is Philipp Wilke from the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, KIT. Philipp Wilke, your 7 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome everyone. Guten Morgen, guten Tag und guten Abend. My name is Philipp Wilke and I proudly present to you today Fun with Atoms. I'm a physicist and I love atoms, and this is already where the trouble starts, because you cannot directly take a microscope, zoom in a lot and directly see atoms. And the reason for that is that the wavelengths of optical light is on the order of several hundred nanometers, and atoms are much smaller than that. So that is a problem, and there are ways around that. For example, to see like a blind person is seeing, like reading Braille. And instead of using our fingers, what we actually do is we use a very, 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 very sharp metal tip that we then scan across a surface. And this is called the scanning tunneling microscope. And the way that it works is that we now bring this very sharp metal tip insanely close to the sample surface, and then apply a voltage. And whenever we are on top of an atom, we can measure an electric current, and this current is higher when we are on top of that atom as if we are not, in very simple terms. And this allows us now to generate maps of current density as a function of position. And in this way, we can generate maps or make atoms really visible, or atomic lattices, as in this case for graphene that Andre just talked about, which is just a two-dimensional form of graphite. And in this way, we can really see atoms. And the amazing thing is this image now is only 3 nanometers in size. A nanometer, that is 1 million times smaller than a millimeter. And to just give you some perspective of that, you are a human being, roughly 1 to 2 meters, and your hair, that is between 110 micrometers. That's a difference of 5 orders in magnitude, but you need another 5 orders in magnitude to reach the nanometer scale. And that is essentially as if your hair has hair on its own, which has so far only been scientifically confirmed for Tom Selleck. And the 2 physicists who invented this microscope were Gerd Binnig and Heinrich Rohrer, who received the Nobel Prize in Physics for this in 1986. Here you see them with the first microscope that they invented. And here you actually see them shortly after they got announced for the Nobel Prize, together with the IBM Zurich soccer team. And this is one of my favorite Nobel laureate stories, and I'd like to share that with you. So what happened here? They got announced for the Nobel Prize, then they gave a press conference, and then they had to abort the press conference of the Nobel Prize because they were on the IBM soccer team, and they had the game scheduled with Dow Chemicals. And I love this story. It's so beautiful because it teaches us so many lessons. For example, that you should worry about your work-life balance, but that you should also exercise, and you should never let down your teammates, and that we Europeans, we just really love soccer, right? And actually, one of the materials that they first studied is this study from already the 80s, which shows now an image of the surface of silicon. And silicon is a very important material in the semiconductor industry, and the bright areas now show you the position of silicon atoms on the surface. And this is now a wonderful tool because it allows us to see what blueprint Mother Nature has used to construct matter from its fundamental building blocks that are atoms. And physicists and chemists have now used this tool in the last 30 years to enter the nano world. Yeah? And I just want to give you some of my favorite examples. For example, to image quasicrystals, small molecules, carbon nanotubes, or even molecules that form complicated structures on the surface that the mathematicians from you know as Sierpinski triangles. Yeah? But we can not only image these atoms and surfaces, we can also use our very, very sharp metal tip in order to move atoms around on the surface and pick them up. Yeah? And this allows us to now form artificial structures using atoms. And the first ones who did this were Don Eichler and Erhard Schweitzer in the 1990s, using xenon atoms on a nickel surface. And you can probably guess for which lab they were working at the time. And I had the privilege during my postdoc to spend a certain time in this very lab that later even was run by a fellow Humboldtian, Andreas Heinrich. But they not only built the IBM logo, no, of course not. They also built the Star Trek logo, the very nice Valentine's card, and the world's smallest movie ever made. You can look it up on YouTube, A Boy and His Atom. But of course, this is not only fascinating and fun. This allows us to study current boundaries in technology. And I want to just give you one example. The structures, the units that we use for data storage and data processing, transistors and hard drives, they have now reached a unit size of roughly tens of nanometers. So this is already very, very small. But for us, of course, this is still large because these units still contain 100,000s of atoms. And one of the problems is that they have to be stable, that you have to save information there, 0 or 1, a bit. Yeah? And at this scale, quantum mechanics gets already in the way. And my colleagues could already show in 2012 that you could store one stable bit of information in only 12 iron atoms. And we could actually break this record a couple of 3 years ago by storing one bit of information in one atom, in the magnetic state of a holmium atom. And this is really amazing. However, can we scale this up? Can we build a device with our microscope? No, we can't. But we can show that it's in principle possible. And hypothetically, if you would build a device with this storage density, what you could do is store the whole iTunes library on the device of the size of a credit card. And just think about that. Without any internet, you could listen to every music ever made, the good ones, the bad ones, and of course, your favorite German Volksmusic that you so dearly remember from your stay in Germany. And with that, I'd like to close. I thank you very much. If you want to get in touch or learn more, here's my homepage, atomholics.de. And I hope you had as much fun with atoms as I have. And with that, I'd like to close. But remember, do not trust atoms. They make up everything. Thank you.
Philipp Wilke. Yeah, and it is now your turn, dear audience. Again, I'm holding up this URL, and you should all be already be there to cast your vote now for Philipp's talk. Remember, 1 is not so good, and 10 is the best vote you can give, 10 points. And we were crunching numbers in the background to give a mean of that voting overall who participated in the voting. Do we have something from social media? Yes, we do. Okay. Then? Yeah, and you did pretty cool stuff with atoms. Right, there is not only a boy and his atom visible on YouTube, but there are several others on video platforms, and as I can see, as a GIF as well here on Twitter. And another short anecdote I want to tell you. Since we heard from so many papers Philipp mentioned just now, I want to cite a paper myself. And in Nature Chemistry, Volume 6 in 2014, there was a paper by Alexander F.G. Goldberg and C.J. Chemjobber, and it was entitled A Comprehensive Overview of Chemical-Free Consumer Product. It featured a short abstract, and then at the end, some references and acknowledgements, and 2 empty pages. I really enjoyed reading that paper. Well, it was a short read. And with that, we go over to our last, but really not least participant, Faith Oisier from University of Heidelberg. This is your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I come from Heidelberg, thanks to the Humboldt Foundation. I live in this really, really pretty city. And at this time of the year, it's just wonderful. If you've not visited, please come and visit. But I didn't come here to tell you about Heidelberg, lovely as it is. I'd like us to reflect for a minute on life. What is life all about? What makes a person go from point A all the way to point B? What determines whether we're gonna make it? Do you wanna get there? I certainly do. But not everyone is gonna have that chance. By the time I finish my science slam, 7 minutes, 4 children will have died of malaria. They won't have that chance. Dreams will be buried. It's very sad. And so we want to try and fix that. In my team, we believe that we can make malaria history through vaccination. And you say to me, really? And I say, yes. And you say, how? Well, the first thing that we do is we set up a massive speed date. Did you say speed date? Yeah. I said, speed date. Did you know that there's a Guinness Book of Record entry for the largest ever speed date event? This happened in Dublin last year, and I guess some of you were there. There wasn't any social distancing at the time. But we're talking about malaria. So you ask, well, speed date, malaria, who's dating who? Well, in the malaria speed date, we've got two key players. The first player is called antibody. Our bodies make millions of antibodies, and these antibodies are there to rid the body of infection. When you get an infection, your body produces billions of these antibodies, and they can clear the infection. On the other side of the speed date, we have the malaria parasites. That's what's shown in this slide here. You can see some blue guys bursting out of red bags. Those red bags are your cells, and the blue guys are the parasites. So the job that we have to do is to match the antibody. On the one hand, I told you there are billions of them, and we've got to match them to the thousands of proteins that are being produced by this invader, by this parasite. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing to do when you want to set up a date is to sort out the venue. The venue needs to be exciting. And so to do our venue, we have a big team. It takes lots of people. It takes long hours. It takes hard work. It takes dedication. It takes commitment. Some days are good. Some days are not that good. And in some days, it really feels like, oh my God, it's the end. But finally, we get what we want. And now, in this gentleman's slide, you can see a little chip, and that's the venue for the speed date. And so I'll show you what it looks like. I'll blow it up. This is what it looks like before we bring the parties together. What you see there is a slide. Every dot is a malaria protein that's been stuck onto the slide. And so in the experiment, we ran billions of antibodies over that slide. And after, this is what you see. Connections have been made. Antibodies have found their target on the merozoite, and the slide literally lights up. If you look carefully, you will see that some connections are stronger than others. And if I could show you real data now, here you're looking at 10,000 samples with billions of antibodies that we've run over this slide. And in red, love is in the air. The match has happened. People are happy. In blue, it didn't quite work out. And they're hoping for another speed date event next year. But is that enough? When you meet that person that you're really attracted to, you don't turn away and say, oh, it was good to see you, bye-bye. Oh, no. You say, hey, let's get engaged. Let's walk down the aisle. Till death do us part. Bis der Tod uns scheidet. So for the malaria dating game, it's not enough for us to just meet. We actually have to set up a fatal connection. What does that mean? That means it's not enough just to get to know each other. We want this meeting to result in death. So how do we do it? And by death, I don't mean your death, I mean death of the parasite. So how do we do that? Again, our bodies come to the rescue. What you can see now is a phagocyte, a white cell that your body produces, and stuck to it is the merozoite, and it can stick there because of the antibodies that you produced. If we make a cartoon of this, there we have the merozoite, you can see it. Those little guys are antibodies binding to it.
1 minute left.
And here comes our white cell ready to chew up and destroy that bug. So our date is over. The magic has happened. The couple has met. It results in death. And once we can do that, we are well on our way to making a malaria vaccine, making malaria history, and giving children in Africa a chance to realize their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Yeah, and now it's up to you, a final time, to go to the voting. If you're not already done so, tweetback.depz8x. There you will find the questionnaire where you can give points to Faith's talk. And in the meantime, while your voting comes in, do you have something from the social media side of things, Nadine? Okay. Wow, very interesting research by Dr. Osier and her team at the AWH Stiftung annual meeting Science Slam. I would definitely look forward to a malaria vaccine, as I would never like to have a speed date with malaria. Yeah, right you are, Denise, when I was correct to see that. Thanks that you are following the Science Slam, and keep on tweeting. The hashtag is research across borders, and I think we showed that very well with all of our 4 participants at this Humboldt Science Slam. How far are we with the number crunching and the voting? Okay, so since we want to give some time more to get your voting in for Faith, I have another little bit of an anecdote or a paper I want to cite. This is also very interesting, I find. At the Bulletin of the Seismological Society of America, there was in October 1974 a publication in volume 64, number 5, by J.K. Gardner and L. Knophoff. And the paper was entitled, "Is the Sequence of Earthquakes in Southern California with Aftershocks Removed Poissonian?" with a question mark at the end. And the abstract was rather short. It said, yes. I really like short abstracts. There are other abstracts which are way shorter because they state only no, but I wanted to end this on a positive note, and I really like the abstract saying just yes. I think there's also there's a number of abstracts which are really short, like probably not or probably yes. Maybe you send us an interesting paper with the shortest abstract also on Twitter. How far are we now? Okay, yeah, Nadine is moving towards me with the result. Okay. Okay, I have seen it and you have not. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce again Mr. Melich from the Alexander Humboldt Foundation to award the prizes for everyone. Hi, Mr. Melich.
So, hello viewers, I'm really happy to be back here and to join this historical event, the first Humboldt Science Slam ever. What can I say? Fantastic. 4 participants, 4 winners, 1 champion. We do not know about the champion, but we know about the participants. We know about the winners. These are those people who took the courage to take the initiative to sign into this Humboldt Science Slam first. Second, they took the courage to come even here in times of pandemic, but we are in a distance. And they did it. They made it. They did write history into the annals of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. I am myself experiencing the 13th annual meeting. Do you know which one I will remember forever? Okay, the answer is clear. So let me first thank those 4 participants, 4 winners. Thank you very much to Faith, to Anna, to Paulina, as well as Philip. Let's celebrate them.
And this is the original Alexander von Humboldt Foundation towel, right?
And of course, we are all waiting for the name.
Yes.
For the name of the first winner, the champion. Let me have a look. First of all. Okay.
Okay, and with 8.68 points in the mean, the winner is, and the honor.
The winner is, we are all in good faith. The winner is Faith Osier. I'm so happy. We met a couple of years ago celebrating her Sofia Kowalewska Award. This was a great time. She gave a great lecture. So I was hoping for you and for everybody here. Thank you very much. Celebration.
Yes.
Something left? Another towel. Another towel is left. So of course, how could we make this happen here without such a professional? Andre Lampe. He disclosed to me that he has been participating in 100 science slams, and he was chair or facilitator of 80 science slams. So, first slam took place in 2006. The Humboldt Foundation took it 14 years to arrange for the very first one. And here there is a facility, there's a superstar of the Science Slam in Germany. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. And congratulations, Faith, and to all of you. And with that, I like to hand back to our lobby. Thanks for watching the first Humboldt Science Slam. Thanks for interacting with us. Keep on tweeting, research across borders. That's it from our side. Bye-bye.
Great. Great.
Thank you so much for watching our great show. What great performances we have seen. Thank you so much to our Humboldtians who participated. Thank you, Federal President Steinmeier, for your amazing contribution. Thank you, State Minister Müntefering, State Secretary Lucas, for your contributions. We are very honored that you were part of our opening ceremony of our very first virtual annual meeting. Thank you all for watching, dearest guests. The opening ceremony is coming to an end, but it means that the Humboldtians start working now. We are really meeting in workshops now, having science talks, and interact during so-called brain dates. This will be tonight and tomorrow for our Humboldtians, and now we have to, well, get back to work, really exchange our ideas, discuss, and celebrate the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation and its worldwide diverse network. Thank you for being part of this opening ceremony and watching our Humboldt Science Slam. I wish you all the best, and the others, stay tuned. We will meet in a bit in our virtual venue. Thank you. Dear Humboldtians, thank you for being here. And I would actually ask you to talk to me through the chat, but we have some technical difficulties. We're trying to manage this, so please don't worry. Just come together now. I see we have over 400 participants here right now. And Herr Melisch is joining us too. He was just over in the other room in the Siebold-Saal, as you could see that he handed over those beautiful Humboldt towels, and now he's with us again.
What a fantastic moment. So I'm so happy to be able to experience it. And I never thought about the opportunities and capabilities Humboldtians bring with them in this regard. So I think something new has been born today, and we will do our best to continue on this in the future as well.
Absolutely. Now it's the time to still make your Ask Me Anything appointments, the individual video call appointments with the staff of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. So just click on the tile, make your appointment. If you're not interested in this individual appointment, no worries. We have a plenary discussion room with our president, which we called Meet the President, and you may ask him any question you would like to. And after that, we are meeting our Secretary General, Enno Aufderheide, and we're meeting again all together, asking questions, receiving the answers.
Exactly. And I should also add, technically, you can, the president slot, enter at any time and leave at any time. So, for instance, you have an appointment with me, 5:45, then you can meet me, and after that you can enter meeting the president session. So keep going to the appointments and back to meet the president and meet the Secretary General.
Yes, the chat should be running very soon, so don't worry about the chat here. You don't need to reload the page. This won't change the problem. We're working very hard in the backgrounds to fix this, but everything else, as I was told, is working. So please chat in the individual chats and make your appointment. Make sure you have everything ready for tonight and also for tomorrow. Tomorrow we start again at 4 p.m. with the Humboldt Science Talks, and I'm sure most of you have registered for a science talk. After that, we will meet in our brain dates. So you will randomly be put together with another person for 5 minutes, and it's a meet and greet. It's a get to know each other. We want to connect and enlarge our network. You should be able to exchange ideas and make friends during those brain dates, and eventually we have our workshops for which you've registered as well. So tomorrow we will be working hard and discussing, exchanging our ideologies and viewpoints.
And of course, we will be here to guide you tomorrow as well, so you won't get lost. So just start. I just want to say in the morning, so now at the same time, 4 o'clock Central European summertime. Regarding the Ask Me Anything appointments, if you wanted to approach an employee who has been already overbooked, so just write an email. So you find in the list of employees of the Humboldt Foundation also the email address of everybody. So just write an email, like I receive all the time emails and answer. So it is always an opportunity to approach the person you wanted to talk to.
Yes, even though the chat is not running right now, I see that there are so many posts on our social wall. Thank you for that. Please contribute, keep contributing to our social wall. Use the hashtag Humboldtians and tell us why you're proud to be a Humboldtian, and also use our hashtag research across borders. And please communicate through the social wall with us here, as you can communicate with us right now in the chat.
I just wanted to ask, what happened to the children, by the way? Did they follow the Science Slam, preparing themselves for becoming a Humboldtian in the future? Or did they instead try the apps we offered to become just a researcher? So where they are they still with us? Just write us. I would be interested to learn.
Yes, send us the pictures that your children drew, and then I promise I will put it on the wall here in order to honor your child. So just keep emailing us those pictures, and then they will be here tomorrow afternoon.
I actually also curious about your feedback with regard to the We Are Family clip we made. So has everybody who contributed found him and herself? I found myself. I played the violin. Somebody else played the violoncello. By the way, it was the Secretary General of the Humboldt Foundation. So what about you? Did you find yourself? Have you seen yourself?
Yes, I was dancing, so I was part of this clip too. Thank you.
In the garden?
Yes.
I know, I've seen.
Actually, in the Black Forest.
In the Black Forest?
We just heard so much about the Black Forest.
We envy.
Yeah.
Sounds like having been on vacation.
No, not really.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for the contributions for this amazing clip. This was my personal highlight. I was actually also dancing in the background while watching this video clip.
I see there's a kind of disconnection with the chat. Have we already learned about this?
Yes, we're fixing it, no problem. Yes,
okay.
We're fixing it. We're trying our best to fix it. Don't worry about it. Everything else works though. And that means, because you're booked out, your first appointment starts in less than 4 minutes. So I have to send you to your office in order to have the individual chat. I'm really curious who those 6 people are that got a meeting with you.
I won't disclose, so I first talked to them and asked for permission to tell.
Okay.
So I will share my experience later on. So as I was told, I'm fully booked. I'm leaving. Thank you very much. See you later. We will say still goodbye. See you.
See you later. I'm staying here with you to entertain you a little bit more. I see the clock over there. In 3 minutes, we're starting with Meet the President. So if you're not booked with your individual sessions with the staff of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, then I should see you in our big room with the president, and you can ask any question you have always wanted to know. We will see you, yes, in 2.5 minutes in our room, Meet the President. It's actually shown in our lobby as a tile that it's up next, Meet the President, and followed by Meet the Secretary General. I'm very excited about these sessions. This session will be hosted by Barbara Sheldon, another employee of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. I'm very excited that she's gonna host these 2 sessions, Meet the President and Meet the Secretary General. It's not too late to make more appointments, individual video calls with the staff of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. So please click on the tile, ask me anything, Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and make your appointment. If you don't have your appointment, also if you had your appointment and then want to join the room, no problem. Just join the room, turn off your mic, turn off your camera, and then just listen and put your questions in the chat room. All of that will be explained by Barbara Sheldon in a bit. And I have 1 more minute to talk to you. And I'm really bummed that the chat is not working. I really enjoyed communicating with you, so I keep my fingers crossed that the chat will be running very, very soon. And then that I can connect with you again tomorrow. I, of course, will see you after Meet the President and after Meet the Secretary General. I will say goodbye to all of you. So enjoy your sessions now, and then meet me up here in the lobby again, okay? I want to say goodbye to you, see you tomorrow, and yeah, please enjoy what we have planned now, and then join me again and join Herr Melisch again in the lobby after the sessions. Good, it's time. Yeah, it's time. Hello and welcome back in the lobby. The chat is working again. I'm so happy, and I see that over 202 Humboldtians are interacting right now. Thank you for that. Just keep connecting with each other and also make your individual Ask Me Anything appointments. If you need tech support, just use the chat and address tech support and they will help you immediately, I promise. Or you can just click on the help tile, it should be above myself, and then they will help you as well. Well, the session with Meet the President is about to end, and then we will welcome our Secretary General, Dr. Enno Aufderheide, to the session. So make sure you go into the room, which is called Meet the President / Meet the Secretary General, and you can ask any question you want. So for the ones who haven't decided yet what to do, I strongly recommend to participate in the session, or you can also call our staff of the Humboldt Foundation and ask them anything you want. You can also just leave a message with the individual chat and then they will get back to you as soon as possible. And you can also chat with me here in the chat. I'm so happy it's working again. That will make it easier for communication. Yeah, it's 6:30 right now, so we're opening the session with Meet the Secretary General of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Thank you and join us now. Hello to the chat. Whoever is in the lobby, please talk to me. How did your Ask Me Anything appointments work out? Did you join the session Meet the President? Did you join the session Meet the Secretary General? Please talk to me in the chat so I'm not so lonely over here with my friend Alex. 203 participants are here in the chat right now. Please talk to me, give me some feedback. How did you enjoy the Ask Me Anything sessions? Hello. Hello, Robin. Nice to meet you. It was a nice experience. Thank you for saying this. This is awesome. Aw, so awesome. Perfect. Thank you for your feedback. Okay, I see more people are joining us. That probably means that the session with Dr. Aufderheide has ended. Is that true? My dear friends in the chat, has the session ended now? Thank you very much. Yeah, perfect. Yes, it did. Thank you for informing me, because I'm still live here in the headquarters in Bonn-Bad Godesberg. I couldn't join the session, but I'm very, very happy to read that you really enjoyed it. I'm sure that my co-anchor, Dr. Melisch, is still in his office taking care of his individual video call appointments. So it's up to me now and up to my friend Alex. See, with him I can get a little bit closer, no social distancing here, wearing the same t-shirts. Well, what's left to say? That I absolutely hope that you enjoyed the beginning of our annual meeting. And I need to emphasize that this has just been the beginning, because tomorrow we will start working again at 4 p.m. with our science talks. The Humboldt Science Talks start at 4 p.m. They will go on for 1 hour, and then we're meeting in our brain dates, a really fun activity. You will meet different people every 5 minutes. You will meet another person in front of the screen. And then at 6:15, we will continue with our workshops. And in between, you will see me and Mr. Melisch, of course, hosting the lobby. So if you have any questions, please write them in here. And I see so much positive feedback, which makes me really happy. Scrolling through the chat, I will read the chat more closely later on. And for now, there's left to say that I would like to encourage you to participate in the children's room. Please tell your kids if they would like to paint some pictures, and I will put them on the wall tomorrow, I promise. And also keep using our hashtag, keep the social wall alive, and show the world that despite the coronavirus pandemic, we are here, we are meeting, and we keep our worldwide network alive. So, almost 300 people here in the lobby. That makes me very happy that you're joining me. Oh, so many compliments, so much great feedback. I can read it here on the screen. Yes, thank you so much. For tonight, I will say goodbye if you don't have an urgent question. It would be nice if you could show how to plant the pencil live. I will think about that for tomorrow. And I would like to wish you all a beautiful evening. Thank you for joining us today. Be ready at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So much is going on in the chat. So perfect. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. My name is Melanie Hanslick. Thanks for joining us, and good night.